Speak of the devil, Lori.
0.
Did you grab? For the last packet.
Yeah, definitely.
Are you looking for the MOU?
He's got the last meeting minute.
Oh,
Oh, I took the top one. He's got it. Hurry.
Oh, Lori.
so if for some reason we don't meet quorum today, then the meeting will probably just be adjourned. I
Yeah.
don't know if Clayton will still want us to pass or not. It'll be up to him. We can't vote on anything, though, if we don't have quorum. So
For voting that for sure. Yeah. Which I'm assuming you guys. Yeah. Hey, Lori, could you mute yourself? We can kind of hear some background noise. Yeah, thank you.
And I got a message from Sean French. She's not gonna be here.
Yep, I got it.
And have anyone joining online yet? It's from the IRC.
John Guest and
Hello.
Lori from Allen County.
And who?
Lori from Allen County, LEPC.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Well, yeah, I was with my husband for a second. Anyway, and it's,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
yeah. I mean,
Miss McKinney just saw a message.
Betty,
So she's got
once, but not too well.
yeah,
Computer.
yeah.
Her,
Yeah.
oh, this is her.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah,
Jason.
it's been about 5 months since he had a long illness. Yeah, they take that a lot of time.
Oh, exactly. No,
Hey,
exactly.
Jason.
Hey, I wanted to call you
Yeah.
and ask you a question.
Sean.
But, I'm John.
I've been flying.
Well, before we leave, Sean, he gets part of sign up. Did you get Steve Wyden?
Anyway.
You know Steve Wyden?
Yeah, I'm trying to give it to you, I know.
No, I mean, if you know Steve Wyden, if you forget my number, just call Steve. He
You
can-
got it.
Yeah, he'll get you done. Yeah, Steve and I, we see each other quite a bit. You sitting over here?
Well, I think we have to sit up here, right?
Yes.
Okay. Darn.
Yeah.
That's, in return for getting this really nice card, you have to sit up here.
That's the admission of having this thing.
Right, you don't want the really nice card, you give it up, but you can't sit up here with us. I showed my wife, she says, does that mean we can park in the parking lot? I was like, no.
Oh, gosh, that was a nice trick.
I got
That would have
Stephanie.
been a nice perk.
Clayton's probably gonna be the one moving through the agenda, so it'll be up to you to, if you introduce the names on there. Yeah.
We put the direct score you. Sure. May as well. I'll let. Okay. Yeah.
Just let me know.
live room
Where's that?
in Washington DC, but it's Sirius XM's.
Okay.
We're building.
And, email me, because, yeah, I gotta.
He's like, hey Clay, like I tell my daughter sometimes she's a little late. I said, we glad to be waiting to the funeral home for you to come in.
All right, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Apologize for being late, been a little bit of traffic. Meeting ran a little long as well. So, we'll go ahead and do roll call.
Do roll call. Peggy Kinder,
Here.
Rusty Goodpaster.
Here.
Stephanie McKinney is attending online. Chris Barr. Chris Barr. Matt Bilkey. Matt Bilkey.
Okay.
Jeff Larmore.
Present?
Sean French. Said he would not be attending today. An email. Bruce Palin.
Here.
James Pridgeon.
Here.
Aaron Sims. Travis DeShane sent an email saying he would not be attending today. Mary McShane.
Myra here.
Myra, sorry.
Okay.
And we have quorum.
Six.
We have quorum.
Okay. Just 1 second.
There's one online, so that's.
So we'll go into reports and updates. I don't have a report from the marshal. I'm just sitting in for him today. I'm sure we get everybody up to speed next time. We need to go ahead and approve the minutes from last meeting. I don't know if I can do that.
I'll move for approval of minutes for the last meeting. Second.
Anybody opposed?
I think you have to do a roll call vote if you have any members. So
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Peggy Kinder,
Yes.
Rusty Goodpaster,
Yes.
Stephanie McKinney,
Yes.
Jeff Larmore,
Yes.
Bruce Palin,
Yes.
James Pridgeon,
Yes.
Mira,
Yes.
meeting minutes approved.
All right, moving to fiscal report.
Yes, so you know that we have an outstanding for the Has Connect, parent company of Has Connect, for the annual 54,590 that we pay to them to help us from their software. Right now, according to our fiscal, we're just waiting on State Budget Agency and Department of Administration to do their thing and push the button and transfer the money. And once that is done, then that will be paid. We have it ready to be paid. I think I mentioned this last meeting too, just keeping in mind that we get around the 130,000 with this 55, and one of our employees' salary and benefits that comes out of the IERC money as well, at about a $70,000. So between that and this payment to Has Connect, there's not a whole lot of money in the IERC balance after those are done.
You got monies included in that 70
The what?
benefits
Yes,
included in that
it's
70.
salary and benefits
Okay, thank you.
of just one of the employees.
Are you done with your fiscal report?
Yes, sir.
So what is the balance on our legal fund?
I don't have that right now, but I can find out and send it out to them.
If you don't mind.
Yep.
I think that's important because at the last meeting we talked about, I mean, the legal fund has just continued to grow and grow and grow based upon funding that didn't go to LEPCs that were meeting all their deliverables. And so
I do know that there have been times when there's been more money than the 130-some thousand for the IERC, and they've taken funds from the legal fund and been able to transfer them to cover those costs.
I don't know that I don't know that that's allowed. Isn't that money set aside for the
Yeah,
LEPCs?
It can be approved by the, no, by the Department of Revenue or through the
I can't remember the exact process.
budget agency has to approve a supplemental.
Is the one who informed me that that's what has been done in the past.
Right, but that money goes to the legal fund for LEPCs.
Well, there's two parts of the legal fund because for a long time, we never spent as much money as what we took in. And so the legal fund grew.
Right.
And then just a few years ago, I forget how long ago it was, we did asked to have them separate out the money that did not
So
go to the LEPC. So it's actually this legal fund supposed to have kind of two separate.
right, there's the monies that went to the CERC that didn't get spent, that rolled over, I'm guessing. And then the
Right.
monies that were set aside for the LEPCs.
Right. And some money that did from the CERC that rolled over is what they would do supplements. It's not called supplements, but they basically get approval to amend the budget to add money from that fund to our budget if we overspend.
Right, and I understand, and that makes
Yeah.
perfect sense. So that's why I think it's very important that we have an understanding of what is in the legal fund that was set aside for LEPCs.
Right.
Because that money should be there for
Not be touched.
LEPCs.
Right.
It should not be touched.
That's
For
correct.
any other purposes, but for LEPCs.
That's correct.
And that's why I think we need that account.
And going forward, if we could have that breakout for the sessions.
Yeah, each meeting I'll include that in the meeting. I'm still.
Sure, no,
That's fine.
So, and the meetings from now on, as part of the fiscal report, I'll make sure and have those balances available.
Another thing that would be very helpful, and this would only be a one-time occurrence each year, would be the distribution of funds to the LEPCs. Because as an LEPC myself, we hear that the state is collecting more money, but yet the monies that the LEPCs are getting either isn't growing or in some places is reducing. And so I think it would be helpful for us to be able to share with LEPCs. I mean, if the formula is in the code, but to actually see how that formula works out to the amount that particular county got. But I think that would be something very helpful going forward.
Would you want it broken down by county?
I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah.
I mean, we used to do it. I shared with Chairman Jones a report that was generated years ago that the CERC did that was made public. So that way, I mean, it's not a secret about how the calculation is, but it just, I think, helped the LEPCs understand, oh, this is why we got $20,000 or this is why we got $15,000 because we had X number of facilities in our county. And I know that facility count is always a challenge because there has to be a date and time when the count is made. And then tomorrow, if we get 3 new facilities, we're still stuck with, but anyway, that's another story. But that would be, I think, really helpful for next year in when we start talking about the allocation. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, and one more fiscal item, and I don't know if this is new business, but wanted to talk about the funding for the IHAMR conference. Is this the appropriate time to talk about it with the fiscal, or should we talk about it in new or old business?
Business.
Or
I would do it in the new business
new business?
format.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. We'll pause that. Thank you.
Anything else, Rusty? Okay. All right, well, we'll go ahead and move into new business then. You want to go ahead and talk about that, you can, and then we'll move on to the other items.
Okay, in the past, the IERC has provided funding support for the IHAMR Hazmat Conference. And I know there was some staff changes from 2023 into 2024. And Mike White had been involved with, I think, kind of supporting the financial support arrangement with the CERC for 2023. And I was asked today, what is the procedure for receiving the funding support for this 2024 conference? And not being a part of IDHS, I wasn't really sure, but I wanted to make sure we talked about it so that, because this will be I think our last meeting for this year. And so wanted to make sure that there was a discussion and a process in place for us to provide that funding support to IHAMR for the fall conference. In 2023, we had supported, I think, $10,000. And I thought we had discussed and voted and approved 10,000 for this year.
Yes, we did.
That's my recollection.
Yes, we did. That did not happen?
I'm not, I don't know. I mean, I was asked
I'll have
about,
to follow up. and see.
Okay.
I was just asked by the conference folks, what is the process? Do they invoice us? Do they just send us an email? Do they call, the chairman? I mean, what the process is, and
The
since
process would have been the same as when we used to provide funding for the EMAI. Basically, we
I
would,
mean, that would make sense.
we just create a document, we'd approve it here and forward those monies over. But to make it all clean from the rest of the standpoint, you actually might want to have them invoice us. And once they invoice us, then we could pass that along. And possibly we'd probably need to make, if it hasn't happened, to make a motion contingent upon the fact that we do have that invoice, that we go on and approve that spending and that money going forward. But it was my understanding that it was already taken care of. It was.
That was my understanding too, but I went back to some of our old minutes and
Yeah.
there was some discussion, but the minutes weren't extremely clear on if it was just a discussion, but I thought we had voted on it, so. But
We did.
if
We did
you,
vote. We did vote on it.
I mean, if we have a quorum, if you think it's good for us to do it again,
Yes.
I would support that. I like I say, I just want to make sure that we provide the funding that we said we would.
And we have not provided that fund is not in the pipeline, right? Is this what I'm hearing you say?
I don't believe so. I mean, I don't believe IHammer has approached us. For
It has
2020.
not been submitted.
When
Okay.
is the conference?
Right now.
No, just what you're talking about right now.
That's good.
Yeah, I'll have to, check and see where the process is.
Yeah, the DHS fiscal department should be able to answer that.
Yes.
Yeah.
If they've done it in the past, and then as well as there's something pending for now. So,
As I said, it's no different than the EMAI conference that we provided money for many years. That's it.
yeah, I'm sure they would be able to answer that.
I'd like to add something on what you were saying earlier. Justin Goodell, one of our attorneys in the chat, stated that if money is held from the LEPCs, it can be used for purposes of hazardous material training and preparedness. He gave a link as well. They did not open the link, but it's in the chat.
Okay, so the LEPC money that gets rolled over sits in the legal fund. It can be used for training and for,
It says for the purposes of hazardous material training and preparedness.
and so that means the state can go in and use that money for those purposes? Or is that,
He did not specify.
okay, all right. Because again, I too would like to, I mean, that's kind of where I was headed with this. We've got a pretty substantial and growing legal fund. And I think we have hazardous materials needs in the state that we could use that money for in training some of our fire department hazmat teams that struggle with awareness and ops, and some that maybe with technician. And so I would really like to see that money just sitting in this account, really doing nobody any good, to kind of create a path forward that we can start using that money to provide that training and meet those needs of the departments across the state. So, thank you.
So just to jump in really quick, this is Daz Dyer, Director of Boards and Commissions. The statute specifically says in the wording that the commission is the one that uses those funds.
So does that mean the commission could, if say, for instance, Plainfield Fire Department had a need for hazmat training, that they could approach the IERC and ask for funding consideration? And the IRC would then could vote on it and decide whether it wanted to provide funding, say, to do a technician training or a awareness and operations class or something like that?
That is a specific legal question outside of my wheelhouse. Just clarifying what the statute says, Justin or Sean might be able to answer that.
Okay. And I don't need to, I mean, we don't mean to take up all the time. I know we have a short window here today, but maybe something to think about for 2025.
I think Justin's good.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
gonna say that's for the commission to vote on how that money is spent. The department doesn't make that decision, so any expenditures from that fund would be approved by the IERC.
And it's my understanding it's always been that way.
Well, maybe that's a point of discussion when we get into the, maybe next year, the policy and technical
Yes,
committee
yes,
to
absolutely.
talk about a path or a procedure to start maybe making some of that money useful.
On to the next item, which is the MOU review and vote.
Yeah, if you recall, last time we voted, you voted on the MOU to approve it. And when legal put it through to go through the signature process, the Department of Revenue made two very, very tiny changes. But since they are changes, it should be voted. So on page 1, under background and purpose, if you look at the second paragraph there, at the very end, it says the Indiana Department of Revenue, it said administers this fee. What the Department of Revenue would like to change that to is administers the local emergency planning and right to know fund instead of just saying this fee. So they would change that language. And then the only other thing that they did is on pages 3 and 4 is, I believe this wasn't what was discussed and it was made where we change our contact as far as DHS from Casey Kenworthy to Lauren Francis and her information. So that change was made. And then on the new, you'll see that the DOR added 2 people to the contact list that they wanted included in the MOU. So those are the only 2 changes really, or 3, I guess, was that sentence at the first, Lauren's name being added, and then the contact information from DOR.
Okay.
But there would need to be a motion in that to, again, vote to approve this now, what we hope to be the final MOU and our once you approve it today, then legal will start to push it back through the signature process.
Based upon your discussion, motion to approve the revisions.
Second.
Taking a vote now to approve the MOU. President Kinder,
Yes.
Trustee Goodpaster,
Yes.
Stephanie McKinney,
Yes.
Jeff Larmore,
Yes.
Bruce Palin,
Yes.
James Pridgen,
Yes.
Mira.
Yes.
I had one clarification of that. If we could state not just to approve the MOU, but to approve the revised MOU, so they know that there had been some revisions to it, please.
So based on that revision, that motion would carry then.
Yes.
Okay. So the next item would be proposed meeting dates for 2025. I guess we need to vote on that, on those meeting dates.
I don't think you could.
I have another meeting at downtown or another board meeting that I have to be on with the Secure School Safety Board. So I have to take off. Thank you.
And all of those are on Mondays, right?
Look it up, I'm not sure.
October, probably the October one will not be a Monday, I guess, but it'll be,
It'll probably be a conference again.
it would be, I mean, what they're saying is it'll be on the last day of the IHammer conference like we're doing this year.
February 10th is Monday, May 12th is Monday,
Yeah.
11th is Monday.
Is it the second Monday? Okay.
So I'm in the
Yeah.
11th and.
Yeah, that should be the second Monday.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
I guess we just need to approve
Mr.
that.
Pridgen, I didn't hear what you were saying about the dates.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they were Mondays. I was just verifying they were Mondays.
The second Monday.
Second Mondays, except for the October 22nd.
Tried to primarily mirror what we did this year. So do we need to vote on the dates?
I'm not sure if we voted last time or not, just
No.
discussion.
It's set by the chair.
Okay. And we'll check with the marshal, of course, to confirm that, but as long as he approves. Next item is discussion on giving fire departments more accounts due to the multi-factor authentication. Or I think you want to speak to that.
Yeah. So essentially what's been happening since the multi-factor authentication that hit has connect May 1st It used to be you needed a username, password, you were in to HasConnect. Now what happens is it wants you to verify your account every 90 days. So it will send you an email with a link. You click the link, you get a one-time password. Type it in, you're good. But that account now is associated with that email address. And it's for every single account. So now fire departments, we have enough for each fire department to get one account. But now that doesn't work because if you change devices at any point, that resets that 90 days. So if one person who has the account, someone else needs access to it, they can't get in, which I'm gonna call on Tim Maloney from the Fort Wayne Fire Department. He can provide more information regarding.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, so Tim Maloney, Assistant Chief Fort Wayne Fire Department and Allen County LEPC. So before HasConnect, right, you know, it was the Tier 2 manager, and it was a great system up until May. Right?
Yes.
And I mean that respectfully, that I have 36 hazmat team members, and we diligently teach every one of them to go into the response unit and be able to pull up information, not only in Allen County, but we branched out to be able to cover all of Northeast Indiana that we may get called to, because we have been called out of county, and you get there, EMA's on vacation, whatever, nobody knows anything. We don't have Tier 2 information. So now we had that capability in the middle of the night for response. I don't know as though that the more codes is the right solution, but I think we need to maybe revisit the solution or revisit dual authentication, because basically you took a response tool, a response and pre-plan tool, and just made it a pre-plan tool that I can use in my office in admin. And my rank and file, if they need it in the middle of the night on a run, they're gonna have to call me up and say, hey, it's sending you my code so I can get on the thing, right? Again, from an IT standpoint, I know IT people don't like that, say, just write code, right? Make it do this, what we need it to do. And I don't know what the right answer is, but I want you to be aware, like now we are looking at having to purchase. So what, you just approved 54K for HasConnect. Oh my. Now the Fort Wayne Fire Department is looking at having to spend $5,000 for a deployable software package that takes that information from Tier 2 and make it readily available on a run. So $5,000 to buy new software, and then $2,500 annually to keep the licensing on a system that taxpayers and everybody in the fund have already paid $54,000. And really, we would like to maybe look at some consideration. I don't understand what the reason for the multi-authentication was for, but when we stopped being able to let anybody get on it when our fire department, it really cut down on our capabilities as a response. So again, appreciate you hearing me out. I think we're probably not alone in this.
True. You're not. You're not.
So, yeah, not looking for a solution today, but if maybe more codes, more logins aren't gonna correct how good it was.
Well, it wasn't broken before they fixed it.
But then, it was, right? Was it security? I don't know. We don't know.
I mean, obviously,
54K should know.
this additional authentication, I'm not in CISA and that, but to me, we face the same thing. We have 3 people on the LEPC, and every time one of us goes to log in, it shoots out an email to me, and then I have to, because we had the one username. I guess my question is to look at the contract that we signed with HasConnect to say, do we have the option to opt out? I mean, there are places that say it's really encouraged. We really think you should do this, but you can opt out. You don't have to. It's not mandatory that we have this second authentication. And, maybe that would be an easy fix. My personal thing is this a way for the vendor to sell more licenses? Because I don't know how many licenses we have left. And for the fire departments, and as an LEPC, I was prepared to talk about, can we get more? And then we've got EMAs who are probably in the same boat saying, well, we have duty officers who show up on a scene, and it's like, oh my gosh, I've never logged in with this computer before, and it's going to send this automatic message to the EMA director's email, and now I've got to call him to say, hey, you're going to get a number, can you send it to me? And I just wonder if we can't just maybe talk to the vendor and say, we'd like to opt out. And
I'll let Rusty know.
Is that a Has Connect requirement, or is that a Indiana IoT requirement? Do we know?
I don't know. I'll get with Rusty and look at the contract.
Okay.
Let's see.
but if the next question is, how many licenses, unused licenses do we have that we could then start making available? And yeah, it could get expensive quickly if we are at the max. And I don't.
And again, is it more licensing, or is it redefine what a licensing entails? Right, that, okay, this fire department gets this license and you get this under it. So if it does need to go up, instead of paying for more licensing, just charge more for the licenses we have. Again, not an IT person, but where right after everything happened, like the quick fix solutions got convoluted very quickly. Like, well, just have this person do this and have this, and we're going to give you some more logins. It just, okay, so A shift, B shift, C shift, it just really got not as good as it was before.
No, I agree. And when you have
push it back to that, but yeah.
Yeah, when you create these complex go-arounds, there's nothing more frustrating than to need the information, know the information exists, but you can't get to it.
And when we deal with the facilities in Allen County, Northeast Indiana, we strongly encourage and send our appreciation to them that thank you for using the portal and putting your information in there. And we'll actually, when we go visit people, I'll stand there with their emergency action plan in my hand. They're like, where'd you get that? Well, you put it on the thing. So we have it. That's what it's supposed to do. And again, from a response standpoint, I keep going back to my responders, that
Yes.
it really limits that.
It makes perfectly sense,
Thank you.
what you said. And I was under the impression that we did not have to opt in totally, but maybe I was wrong on that. From a policy tech committee, you said you're gonna get with Rusty. Jeff, if you, Bruce, and I could get with Rusty from a policy tech standpoint and a telephone call this coming week to sort of lay out the things that we just heard and see if we can opt out of Has Connect. And can we get a copy of that contract, actual contract, sent out to the commission for us to take a look at?
Well, I think too, a good point was it a demand or a request from IDHS to say, we've got to do this?
And the thing about, I think that's what we're.
And if it is, then that maybe is a conversation we could have to say, well, do you understand the hardship that it's creating? And is it really necessary what we're protecting? And if they're like, no, we really have no fight in this. I mean, it was solely on Has Connect to decide that they want this second party authentication.
And to his point, I would hate to be 2:30 in the morning, extreme northwest corner of Allen County or out of the county. It sends something to the EMA person in that area. And the EMA person happened to be on a cruise out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. She can't get back, getting still in a plume area. That's absolute. We've got to see that. We'll solve that.
Yeah,
We'll solve that.
Do some follow up on it.
I have another thing to add to part of this conversation too, is each county has a specific number of counts for the number of fire departments that's in that county. The issue is, like Allen County also goes out to other counties. So once you make that change in the system, it's now taking away one of those accounts from that county. And so when you go in to add additional counties that they respond to, it'll have a pop-up message and be like, you've hit the max limit for that county, you can't add this county. So
Well,
that's another
Yeah, but
issue.
if that county that he responds to, if he pulls that license, as far as I'm concerned, from one commission standpoint, that's okay because he's solving a problem in that area.
That fire department still, that local fire department.
And I know, but if we don't have that many licenses, but if we do have a license, to your earlier point, how many licenses do we have? It may not be an issue.
I believe we have over 800 total licenses for fire departments. There's over 800,
Okay, how many are unused?
I'm gonna say 500, but there's that caveat of it's also per county.
Right, so for instance, like IFD, if IFD is going to be like in Allen County, where they're gonna run central Indiana, like you run northeast Indiana. So now Travis could say, well, I want Morgan, Shelby, Boone, and now, so we're not just adding one, we're adding
6 or 7.
6 or 7.
And then you're taking 6 or 7 accounts away from that county.
So,
Each of those counties.
Yes, correct.
so how is the contract written that, I mean, would it be possible to write the contract such that fire departments get the whole state? And so now we'll give Travis the whole state, but he's only gonna be worried about central Indiana. We'll give Tim the whole state. He'll only be worried about northeast Indiana. And then we're not worried about, okay, now, we gotta give, well, Travis didn't ask for, Tipton County because he never thought in a blue moon he would be up there, but lo and behold,
Yeah.
he's running up to Tipton someday.
And the thing about it, there's a very interesting dichotomy here because we're talking about life safety and life health versus license. And they're balancing out. And what we have to do in that discussion with Rusty, try to get some balance in that. And if it's about the licensing, we need to resolve that on the front end. But we can't say to Allen County, don't respond outside of your territory on a major incident that's involving hundreds and thousands of people or the transportation routes and what have you. We have to make that balance between licenses and life.
Right, but that license is a financial number.
Understand.
And that's where it all started was, we've only got a certain amount of money because EMAs get an account, LEPCs get an account, fire departments get an account, and at a certain fee rate, we get so many accounts. And so if you want to go above that, I'm sure Has Connect would be glad to sell us more accounts.
Or either less.
Pardon?
Or either less.
Well, or yeah, if you don't want to pay us as much, you get less. But again, we don't want to. We've got an absolutely great tool,
Yes.
but this is hard, making it harder for us to use. And I appreciate you bringing it forward to us, and we certainly need to get this fixed.
Excellent. Thank you.
We've got a few things to look into on that. Come back to it next time. Okay, next item is discussion on legislation changes for district changes and budget allocation.
That's surprising to me, Jeff. That's surprising to me.
Yeah, I was going back to the minutes, and I was trying to see if I can remember. I remember we had conversations about the budget, and I think part of that budget allocation might have been talking about the legal fund and how to maybe use some of that money to try to help the fire departments. And Tim's department is a really good example in county or city departments that have sort of by no choice of their own became the regional hazmat team. And so they're providing services to counties, to cities, to citizens that really aren't paying for Tim's readiness.
Sure.
They call 911 and they go. And if they, use suits or, have consumables, hopefully they can do a spiller pays and get some kind of reimbursement. But if not, then who's going to replace Tim's equipment? And it's going to fall on the taxpayers, just like with Travis and IFD. And so, we have, at the LEPC, have at Marion County, have thought for some time about, is there a way for these, I don't want to call regional teams, because I don't know if that really exists, but they are. I mean, if you have a hazmat incident in Morgan County, more than likely you're going to get Wayne or IFD. And so, they're going to go and they're not going to ask whoever calls them for a credit card or can they pay, or, they're just going to send the folks there and deal with the incident. And so we're talking about, is there a way to somehow use that funding to provide some of those, especially the things that maintain readiness. I mean, suits can expire sitting on the truck. Sensors expire sitting on the truck. Calibration gas expires sitting in the calibration room. So,
and I think that's part of the discussion that we can have with Rusty going forward in the meeting, because I think it's going to expand far and beyond just the consumables. There are other items as far as planning, what are the things, what are the elements that they need to do? Is it going to be the same response agency that goes each and every time? Or there going to be a designated response agency, if that is, especially in the case of Morgan County, et cetera? And how do we handle that? Some of those response organizations may already have something in place that they can repurpose their specific supplies, et cetera. But I think once we get the information from Rusty on those funds that you were referring to earlier, we can get there.
Well, and I think we also, when we talk about the budget allocation, and I don't know if this is included in there or not, but we have talked about the tier 2 fees that are still the same from the very first day that Indiana enacted it. And so, we can't buy suits for what we paid in 1984 or calibration gas or sensors. And so I think, hopefully there's an opportunity to visit the funding that comes. And then the district changes, I think, was in relation to the struggle that some areas of the state have to have an active LEPC. And so does it make sense for some areas to have a district LEPC? And that would require, I think, a legislative change. We visited this briefly several years ago, and it just went over like a lead balloon. And so I think, but now, maybe it's a little different. Maybe there's, we've dealt with emergency planning councils and learned, I think, some lessons there. And, are we better position to maybe approach again this idea of trying to have where it makes sense. I'm not saying in central Indiana it would make sense to have a District 5 LEPC, but maybe in other parts of the state where the counties struggle to have rosters and hold meetings and have minutes and do an exercise, maybe it does make sense. Now, there are a lot of challenges, who gets the short straw? It has to be the fiscal agent and handle all the money. And maybe complications like that need to be worked through. But again, I think those are some things we talked about at the last meeting as we go forward into the future to try to sustain the LEPC concept. I know Bruce had mentioned about, the district concept, or, we tried the marriage between two counties, and sometimes that works and sometimes it ends in a bitter divorce. And so
the issue with the previous one between, I think it was Orange and Washington County, was that the two counties? I think it was an issue at the commissioner's level, who was going to get what funding, how the funding was going to be spent, at what point, when are you going to have the meetings? If there's something happen in my county, in one specific county, who's going to respond to it? How are they going to respond to it? There were a whole host of things. As you said, it was a divorce from that concept. And I really don't think that we went back and addressed that. There was one situation up in Northwest Indiana, central Northwest Indiana, that we thought about doing that too. And that was tabled, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. When we came in and wanted to see, trying to get them back up and running. Also, we had funded one LEPC several years ago to get back up and running, and I think they're running extremely well now. It was on the eastern side of the state as well. So there's a lot of things from the financial standpoint that we can also bring up in the physical without getting too convoluted, because I think as we're going forward, rather than a lot of times resolving issues, we're adding solutions without going back and straightening out the issue that we had to start with. And I think from Fort Wayne is a prime example. We've added things, but we haven't resolved the initial issue that caused that to happen that they're facing right now.
That's my take on that particular discussion item about the legislative changes, district changes and budget allocation. And so I think, Jim and Travis and myself, and we're, there's others that would like to be involved in the process and discussion. We certainly welcome really all solutions and all ideas, because this is, especially the district concept, or bottom line is, how do we make sure that every community has an active LEPC, whether that community is 3 or 4 counties or 1 county. Bottom line is, there's somebody there making sure that the first responders are getting the value of that money that those facilities in that community are sending with their tier 2 money, because every county gets at least $2,500.
If I'm not mistaken, at one time, Florida, I think, had 1 LEPC many, many years ago. And so the concept is out there that you can have. And if we're going to go with, would even consider going with a regional in one place and not the other locations, maybe, we probably need to think about maybe doing that for all of the districts, having that discussion.
Everything's off the table.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the idea is we want to make sure that this concept continues.
Yes.
The legislation has been in place for like 40 years and hasn't changed.
Exactly.
A lot has changed in the world in 40 years,
Exactly.
including the creation of Homeland Security and certainly the costs of things, and the electronic aspects of things have changed significantly. So I guess from my perspective, it was kind of an overall look at overhauling the legislation completely. We need to kind of step back and say, well, what makes sense today as far as how this is organized or how this is set up, whether it's districts and the funding certainly needs to be updated to make it, be able to be a little more self-supportive than what it's been.
And we knew we couldn't get that into this past legislation because it was too close. We thought about going into the next legislative session or even the one after that. I think we were talking about 2026, maybe having something going forward.
Typically, you introduce the idea 1 year and then maybe the next year.
Yes, exactly.
Probably have to be 26. That's the
2026
session. I believe.
Yep.
But introducing the concepts and getting some of the legislators exposed to the idea of some changes to that in 25 is not
And
a bad
even
idea.
approaching facilities and saying, hey, how do you feel about paying $200 instead of $100? Or 100 instead of, looking at the value for what they're getting. And so I'm thinking, we're talking maybe even more so. But anyway, so it sounds like we got some time.
Yeah.
And so we'll make good use of that time next year.
Yes.
And appreciate everyone who attended this meeting, and hope you will stay in tune and stay in touch and help us.
We need to agree on the next meeting date and place. So February 10th, 2025 is okay with everybody apparently. 1:30 is usually the normal meeting time. Today is 11:30 because it's the hazmat conference, so is 1:30 okay?
Yes. Yes.
I know as a commission, we went back and forth about trying to go up in the north and down in the south, be accommodating. And then we had, sometimes when we move this show down south, we only get 1 or 2 people, or, I'm just throwing it out there. Is that something we want to entertain again, or does it just really make sense to say, look, if we stay in central Indiana, if we stay at this location, Jeff has to drive as far as somebody from Madison. I mean, we're not, I don't know. I mean, I really, the attendance is the critical thing, because we need to hear from you. We need your idea. And so anything we can do to keep our attendance good.
That's something you maybe want to approach at next year's first
Yes.
year.
That probably,
Yeah, I mean-
probably would be, because February, moving out of here February and the cold winter months are gonna be tough.
Now, Jeff promised it would be sunny and 72 if we went to LaPorte on February 20 or February 10th.
That made me think, like,
To have 7 foot snow on the ground.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
go ahead, Stephanie.
I like having the meetings at the Maid Center because it's easy to get to. You're not driving downtown and other places like we used to. I like to have it there.
So you would not be opposed, Stephanie, if we didn't come down to your neck of the woods?
No, as we have seen before, you're not going to get the turnout. It's a nice offer, but people can join online just like I did today if they don't want to drive or they can't.
Suggest we table that until the February meeting.
All right, the next meeting will be February 10th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. here at May.
Comments from the audience?
Need a motion to adjourn.
No comment from the audience? Comments from the audience?
We usually allow time on the agenda.
Don't they do introductions? Don't we usually have
Yes,
people
yes.
in the audience introduce
Oh,
themselves?
yeah, we will. That's how we get the comments.
Yeah.
Stand up, who you are, comments. I'm looking,
Except for him.
I'm looking directly at you.
I just want to see everybody that was attending the conference and everything. It's just good to see everybody and hope you all having a good life and everything and stuff. So, retirement's not a bad thing. It works, right, Bruce?
It does. It's a wonderful
So,
feature.
it's just great to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie Burrows, I'm Fire Chief of East Madison Fire Territory for Madison County, and we run the Madison County Hazmat Team, which covers a lot of District 6 areas. So,
Do you have the same concerns that Fort Wayne has?
absolutely.
Okay, okay.
I think that the district issue for the hazmat teams is a big issue, because there's a lot of counties that do not have response. We do a lot of training with IFP, with Travis, and there's just not a lot of hazmat teams in the state anymore. You have a lot of, fire departments that say they have a team that they really just respond to fuel spills. So they have oil dry and booms, maybe a 4-gas meter, but that's what we cannot truly consider a true hazmat team. So there's really only maybe 12, 15 in the state anymore. So looking at, there was a push many years ago to have regional teams, district teams, and then funneling some funding towards that. I think a lot of states do that. Illinois, there's many states out there that have district concepts, and they funnel grant money and funding towards having, so they know, if there's an incident in Northwest Indiana or East Central Indiana, that there's a functioning team, an hour away. So with the cost of everything going up, and all of us are dealing with this regardless of the size, it's something I think we're gonna have to look at to make this sustainable in the future. A lot of teams are getting into the lithium-ion battery issues. This is only gonna get bigger. It's gonna be one of the biggest things I think hazmat's gonna be dealing with in the next several years, is responding to lithium-ion batteries. So, and not every department can afford to have the overpack drums for that. So it's a lot of issues it deals with from the hazmat standpoint at the district level that we need to look at.
Show my ignorance of the hazmat teams, but is there a planning aspect to what the hazmat teams do as far as similar to what LEPCs are required to do in planning or assessing what kind of facilities there are in your area and kind of, I know you do a lot of training, I'm sure, and scenarios, but as far as some formal kind of planning aspect, is that?
Going with tier 2 is, and then most, one thing, hazmat teams for the most part anymore are fire based, so they're dealing with their own pre-plans.
Okay.
They're firing in mutual aid districts, things like that. So,
Okay.
but but, you know, just that, looking at that designation of those district or regional teams. And that gets into things like, well, I want my team. There's a handful of really type 2 teams out there. We're a type 2 team, Fort Wayne's a type 2 team. You know, but you know, when that resource shows up, that they have all the equipment and personnel experience, whether it's a rail car, a tank car, or whatever. Like I said, there's plenty of teams out there on paper that can handle a saddle tank on a diesel, but which is a lot of what everyday stuff is. But when we have an East Palestine happen in Indiana, which could happen any day in Indiana, what are the teams that you're going to pull from to respond to that and be able to do multiple days of operations where you're going to have to pull in several teams? Having that mutual aid from that district kind of standpoint is huge. Thank you.
And if I could just talk what he said about lithium batteries, that's not on the EPA's tier 2 list. And they're everywhere. And I'm still up north, and Kokomo's building the largest battery factory in the Midwest. And a lot of their products aren't even listed on the reporting chemicals. So what is Howard County and how are we supposed to prepare for stuff when we don't know what's coming through our area? In my area, my volunteer department, we're facing the same thing because the truck's got to pass through me to get down there. And so we don't know the different types of chemicals that are bringing in for the electrolyte for the solution for these batteries. And a lot of them are not listed anywhere. So how can we use LEPC money for something that's maybe not listed?
So the items that are coming in into the facilities, do they have the capability of providing that information to you?
We're still learning. We're still not exactly sure because they're going to build a storage facility in my jurisdiction. And it's 285,000 square foot building that's going to hold the raw materials, the lithium, the cobalt, the nickel, the copper. All of that's going to be stored in that building. And yet my fire department's one of the smallest ones around now. So we don't know. No one's really opening up to tell us what's coming through, what is actually going to be part of that. But it's going to be coming down from Jeff's area off the Port of Indiana, because they're going to be bringing in by ships and then trucking it down to the facility. So it's a foundry. It's just making the raw materials.
Sounds like a focus group to me.
I'm telling you.
Sounds like a need a focus group on that one, especially if it's not listed.
Go ahead.
My turn. Good afternoon, Matt Wells, I'm Assistant Chief for the IEHS State Fire Marshal's Office. New role I received now is overseeing the hazmat field stuff, some of the technical service stuff that we do. So, happy to help. Just kind of get my feet wet, under some faces and names. Fun here.
Yeah, we made some personnel changes recently. So Matt oversees Mike and Bill and Russ. And so I know Matt has fire service background as well as here at IDHS. He's also a hazmat technician. So I know he's looking forward to helping them move things along. And, again, we've been able to add some new equipment like the field portable GCMS and things like that over the past year, but continuing that with additional equipment and things hopefully. So.
Did you speak at the EMAI conference?
I did not.
Who spoke at the EMAI conference?
Look at guy.
Yeah. He was a little bit shorter than you. But, no, someone spoke on hazmat.
Russ, probably.
Russ.
Yeah.
Russ. Okay.
Yeah, so just like.
Good first day.
Travis Butcher, Indianapolis Fire Department hazmat coordinator. Just kind of thinking back to Jamie was talking about. Everybody kind of looks to larger departments like ours for any kind of emergency response, not just hazmat, like fire and everything. And like everybody else, a lot of our teams are busy. We train 6 days a week. So the ability to have additional resources from state and local governments that aren't part of us, as part of the, be able to help us out as far as equipment, training, et cetera, becoming huge for us because we're not a full-time team. We cross-town work firefighters, training hazmat to come over to a rig and then respond. And if they're busy, we could be up to an hour away. I was in Hancock County last month, earlier this month. And part of their scenario was IFT can't respond, so they had to call East Madison. And so So these, even though they're part of the donut counties and District 5, they just don't have the resources. They like, I got out of hazmat, special ops, everything. Budgets started getting cut years ago during the housing crisis. So we always try to keep our teams up, but we're running the same thing here. The sensor costs $500 for meter that they expect us to have to go out there between two teams. So there's only 3 type 2 teams right now in the donut county. So it's kind of getting tough.
So I'm asking a loaded question. What do you need?
Lots of equipment. Training.
And what kind of equipment?
Meters, pursuits, or decon equipment, stuff like that. So it's like, if we have the East Palestine thing happen, we only have so many decon pools, we only have so many decon pools we can set up what we have currently. We almost need like a regional kind of task force one does, and that has that equipment push that somebody can respond with if there's a major disaster that says we have a couple hundred suits of whatever, we have extra hazmat lanes, we have extra decon equipment, extra meters for certain things, but the same way task force one does. That's one of the things we're discussing doing internally in Marion County is have some kind of equipment push that if something does happen, like Eli Lilly has a release, we can go there with, we can pick that up and go there. Certain question of equipment push, so.
So what kind of dollars are you talking?
I don't know off the top of my head, honestly. But unfortunately, it's one of those things where our city budget keeps getting cut because this is part of it. And special ops is just a portion of what our department spends on anything that we do. So it's just something we kind of talk about internally through an equipment package push. So we're going to talk about the same thing. Just something we have sitting around in like a trailer, some grass where you can be instant. So that's kind of our idea, just a regional style thing. Yeah.
If I could add on that real quick, I'm a manager for the hazmat team on Indiana Task Force 1, and I took the hazmat equipment push package down for North Carolina and Florida a couple weeks ago. And it's just, FEMA has 7 of these across the country, and it's basically a semi full of suits and air packs and decon equipment, and then a trailer and with a air refill station. And there's 4 of us, and took that as a supplemental package down for the hurricane response. So, you know, I think that's an excellent idea. Something like that is
It'll be on that scale.
yeah, but just big trailer full of stuff that if we do have East Palestine, we can, that trailer could support, you know, a couple of, you know, teams, regional teams that are out there. Because we only carry, you know, let's say a dozen level A suits, we're gonna burn through those.
And also back to what you were saying, Travis, the information, need more equipment, need more training. I just suggest to all of you, if there's stuff that you need, not that you can come to the commission and say, write a check for $5 million. But when you go before a board of any sort, come to them rather than saying, we need more equipment, we need more suits, we need more training. Come with a dollar amount involved so they see, because you're getting cut in the city because you're falling right in that same line as everyone else. But if you actually go to them, and coming myself from a corporate world, if you go to them and say, it's going to cost $475,000 rather than $5 million, there may be some wiggle room there for you. So anytime you bring forward, the old saying goes, if you bring something forward, have some dollars attached to it. So you know you can present it that's not going to cost as much or it is going to cost more.
How's that for, so in Marion County, we budget, Marion County LEPC, we budget $5,000 for each of the level A entry teams. So we budget $10,000 for IFD and we budget $5,000 for Wayne. And so this year, the $10,000 we used for the water injection propane. And then we approved at our October meeting, purchasing 2 pieces of calibration equipment and some decon pools, because decon's important. And then in December, when we have our December LEPC meeting, we'll budget again for the 2025 year. And so we'll budget again another $10,000 for IFD. And I know Travis has plans for that and does approach to us. And we wish we could give him more money, but that's what we can.
What I'm hearing from Travis is, yeah, that's appreciated, but it's not really what they totally need.
We've also have some good contact with the county for local businesses in their fund who were able to give us grant money to provide certain needs that they would need for their facilities as well. I guess I'm talking this a lot, and I really do see this as a tough thing, and it's just kind of nice.
But like what Jamie was talking about, when they burn through equipment, our procurement process is slow. And so when you burn through suits, you need a cash to be able to go to replace those. Because you can't, when somebody calls you, well, I'm waiting for Granger or whoever your supplier is, they're on the FedEx truck right now, but so again, that idea of having a cache of equipment to support like the East Palestine or some of the other larger events that we've experienced would be a great asset to have. Because again, it takes a while.
And you do get most of those equipment from Granger.
Not really. The decom pools come from Granger.
Get those anywhere really.
Yeah.
A lot of it will be based off of like seats, meters will kind of be. I would want to visit city campers, probably the most popular city. Everybody kind of uses different meters depending on what your personal preference is.
Most people are using Ray, but even then, if we get into, I don't know how like Jamie's is, but like with us, if we go over $5,000, now we gotta get 3 quotes.
Yeah.
And that's just like, okay, now I gotta, find 3 vendors to get quotes from, and 2 of the vendors know that I'm just asking them because I need 3 quotes, and they're probably not gonna get my business, and they're not in a rush to give me the information, so. But, and the other nice thing would be, hint to the state, if you guys were to, if this would be an asset that you guys would kind of keep an eye on, there's that sustainment. There's that keeping an eye so suits don't expire. And you got suits ready to expire, find out who's doing a training and say, okay, we'll send the suits to Jamie or to Marion County or Allen County. So you can train with these suits.
Sort of like heater mills. The old heater mills. Okay. I'm sorry, we have some other bike road there.
Yeah, I'll try and keep it brief, but that's a lie. So taking in all the stuff, right? We have I'm Tim Skyver. I'm the hazmat team leader for Fort Wayne. Right, so currently District 3, right, the northeast part of the state. I want to share, I'll try to keep it to 4 things. LEPC funds go to hazmat teams to help with response planning. What's a hazmat team, right? So we are the hazmat team for Fort Wayne. However, there are 5 fire territories that surround the city of Fort Wayne. It's just as valuable for me as a responder for them to have adequate hazmat equipment. So there's been some discussion in the past about what does it mean to spend the funds from LEPC on a hazmat team, right? And I've been told, and hopefully everybody will confirm this today, those funds are appropriate to buy, say, a 5-gas meter for my county fire department, right? To help them respond to the LEP or to the facilities in their territory. So that's a little bit different than how the conversation typically goes, right? Bear with me on that. Second, the Fort Wayne Fire Department, we spent $80,000 as our annual budget on equipment, suits, consumables. That comes out of our city budget. We only receive about $20,000 a year into our LEPC in Allen County. About $7,000 a day is the average training cost for any of the people who are here today to come in and present a class to us. So that annual allotment that the county gets is gone pretty quick. I go down and teach neighboring departments. They ask us to come and help them with refresher training. Their LEPC actually tried to purchase a meter for us as a way to say thank you. And my response was, you need that meter here in your county, right? So you're looking at $2,500 is the minimum they get. If they only have 25 facilities or so, it's $4,000 or so. So that 1 meter wipes out everything. In fact, we don't charge them for training because they can't afford to bring in a professional trainer for a single day, that amount of money. Yeah, so I told you I keep it slow or keep it short. I'll keep it short. those are just some things. I think your idea of getting together and talking about this, I'm gonna jump back to point one. What equipment do you need to have as a county fire department? Now, as your hazmat team, we know what type, you guys, what we're saying, type 1, type 2, type 3 teams. Is that still germane in 2024? To use an equipment list from 2011 that was pirated from FireScope in the 90s, right? So when a department comes to LEPC and says, I need this meter, the only reference I can go back to verify whether they really should have it or not is the state's recommended equipment list for type 1, 2, and 3 teams from 2011. It was probably time that we refresh some of that too. That would be very helpful as an LEPC member also to help me decide what I can actually, authorize a request for. So we get requests for drones. We want a new vehicle. We want a new $100,000 meter. Well, if it's not on the list of something you really need, then that would help me make that determination. Yeah.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt, but just to point something out here, we are way off of the agenda in terms of what we're talking about. We're also over time and we've officially lost quorum. So we kind of need to wrap this up.
Okay. Can I make a response to that? We're getting comments from which is typically we do at every meeting. We're getting comments from the audience and allowing them to share their comments. So if that is off the agenda, help me to understand that.
So we can appreciate the public needing to make comments about anything that was actually scheduled on the agenda, but these aren't items that were on the agenda. If the public has something that they want to speak about substantially, they should really be writing into us ahead of time so that we can put that on the agenda and allot time for it. Right now, it's just kind of turning into an open mic, which is something that we've discussed before that we don't want to have happen in these meetings. So, and like I said, we're also past time and we've lost quorum at this point. So no official action can be taken anyway. And anything discussed here is just unofficial. So I would recommend that we wrap this up. And if we have these kind of things in the future that we want to talk about, let's make sure that people are writing in ahead of time so that we can schedule an official discussion for those. Because the point of these meetings is to be open to the public, but it's also necessary that we give the public notice about what's going to be discussed so that people have a chance to be prepared for that ahead of time.
Well, I think we can make a motion to close the meeting, but I'd be willing to stay and listen to any comments other people have for discussion, because this is, to me,
No.
this is kind of important input to know and be aware of.
Guys,
Whether
no,
it's-
receiving information is official action of the committee. You've lost quorum.
I'm not an official, I'm a member of the committee, but the commission meeting is over. There would not be any more additional formal discussion, certainly informal discussion. Something can happen anytime.
I can introduce myself before you close the meeting. I'm Becky Waymeyer, and I'm the Secretary Treasurer of Morgan County LEPC. I've been coming to this IERC meetings for 20 years or so, I suppose, and learned a lot from what the commission's perspective is, and I always try to bring the local LEPC perspective to it. For a little lowly county, it doesn't have too much, but we do what we can. And so anyway, I just want to say that for certain reasons, I've sort of been absent for a couple of years, but things changed now and I'm back. But anyway, it's nice to be back and it's nice to see all you people again. And wanted to introduce myself. I felt like I was going around and I was going to get missed, and I wanted to tell everybody I was here.
I have one quick thing. My name is Jeff Hamilton, Director of LaPorte County Hazmat and the President of IHammer. And for your guys' annual meeting next year, it will be October 24th. And I agree with everything that was said with all these guys in the previous order.
I guess we'll go ahead and take a motion to adjourn and
See who's going to do it.
I'm sorry.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. All right, the meeting's adjourned.
You kill the meeting?